Sup guys, guess what? We're actually done with exams. We can now focus excitedly on some more Leetcode problems, but then also mainly the scheduler app that I've been wanting to build for the last 3 months that I couldn't because, I was studying. Now, excuses aside, I am so happy to be done with exams. Just saying, look at this piece of paper that I have right here. They were just me jotting down exam notes before I went into the exam. This was this was a day's worth of just random note taking. But anyway, hello Aditya, welcome man, being the first. I'm done with exams, I'm so happy to be done with it. I can now focus on other things. I'm gonna be also being with friends as well. That's something that I want to do as well more often, and we're gonna do that. But today we're gonna focus on some coding. All right, for the first time. Thank you, Sammy, and thank you, Spartraw. So, Aditya, can you share how you take notes efficiently? It's taxing for me. Now, that's a good question. How to take notes efficiently? Because if you look at this, it's not really, this is just random stuff. This is just, well, actually, it's just getting out of vision now. You can't really see that, never mind. But these are some random notes. But if you're talking about, say, digital notes, I can talk about this for a bit. All right, let's talk about this for a bit because I have literally nothing else to do. Okay. I mean, look at this, right? We got this is for this the last exam that I had. Now, this last exam, I guess it depends on the content. It depends on the content of the subject. In this subject, we had lots of conceptual stuff. So you had to know a lot of concepts, and you had to be able to explain each of these concepts. So what's best for me was throughout the semester writing questions to answer those concepts. Now, some of these questions, you might think they're less efficiently done, but that's, for me at least, I only probably looked back on these questions once all the way through, right? And then the rest was exam revision on a practice paper. But even still, just looking over them once, that's kind of fine for me, because in the time that I was writing these notes, I was learning along the way on what these meant. But these are specifically for, conceptual based subjects. How would you do something for a subject that's not solely concepts? If it's just math related, you have to do just lots of practice problems. Basically that's all it is. Lots of practice problems, lots of practice exams. Well, actually, we only were given one practice exam for each of the subjects. So do that one practice exam well, understand the questions and answers well, like you would in learning Leetcode problems, and the rest is history. You know what I mean? So you passed exam online, or maybe you have to go to uni to pass them. I have to go to uni. So this is literally, I have to be in a building with all the people from the course, and there's digital exams where you sit in uni with your laptop and you're typing up your answers, or there's actual paper written exams where you have a piece of paper writing your solutions. But okay, Aditya, what about coding notes, right? So that also depends. I guess, that's concept based as well. For me, what I did was keep a Okay, so here's the thing. If I want to learn like specific coding concepts, there's like two parts to coding, right? There's concepts that you have to learn, but then there's also like the actual like practical like keywords that you have to remember so that you can type up the specific syntax in Python or whatever again, right? And so what I did for that, one is learn the concept. So I might, in retrospect, I would write something like what I did here, questions and answers. And the other thing I would keep a document of, right? A document, right? Specifically keyword document, boilerplate. Now, boilerplate in this case could more generally be called like a template. So I had like a template of code. So when I used to use Notion a lot more, all right, let me open up Notion. I used to have note, like, all right, this is kind of a good example, but this is like a personal example. Maybe I want to PDF unite. I want to concatenate a few PDFs together. I'd write this down in a Notion note and remember it that way. Document it. And then once you document it, you can come back to it whenever you need and you know where to find it. But, this is one example here, but maybe my education, where it's more relevant, I had maybe, there were some subjects that were really good. Now these, as of recently, didn't have much in them because I switched away from using Notion. But in my archive, there were, let's see, I think 2023 or 2022, but this might be resources. Not that one. Okay, so I think it could be this one. See, those exams, doesn't matter. Revision. Yeah, there's last minute revision. Tools. Okay, not necessarily this one. I'll find it. So, okay, so it was not in this semester at all. Let's see. Nope. Could be, I mean, maybe I didn't even, oh wait, no, this is not even that subject that I'm thinking about. Resources. Maybe. Okay, I forgot where I put it now. Our tutorials. I think some of this I had notes on. Yeah, okay, so yeah, okay. This was the subject. So this subject was computer systems. All right, this was the subject name. Oh, hello guys, by the way. Thanks for joining John Doe and Blocks. And yeah, I'm done with the semester. But okay, so coding notes, like if the coding notes that I write are coming from like tutorials, because that's where they kind of introduce mainly the actual pieces of code that you need to write to do the thing that you need to do. Maybe the first week it was about Git. All right, and this is what we learned. We learned Git for the first time in third year, right? By the way, third year. For me, at least, I learned Git in the past already, so it was fine. But like, I made this into like from all these pre-lab material, I made them into my own document. Like it's my own personal document containing all of these syntax related, actual practical tools, as opposed to just memorizing concepts, in coding stuff. So, in Git, we got this whole Git document that I created just for myself, and it's literally for my future use as well. How to make tags, how to branch stuff, how to clone a repository. I mean, that's simple enough. How to add a repo to a remote server, right? All that stuff, all that good stuff. But this was all learned from these prac sheets. And these prac sheets, they, in a sense, they're not as structured, right? Comparatively to the document that you create. And so it's almost like synthesizing all of this unstructured data into a single page list that you can see, that you can just index yourself into every time to find specifically what you need efficiently, rather than having to say, all right, let's go back to that document, let's scroll up to find the specific title, pushing commits. Okay, your push commits by let's see, number 1, let's read what this says, as opposed to just copying, pasting, and learning it that way. Maybe that makes sense, maybe that doesn't actually. But okay, you can get what I mean, mostly. Can you upload that PDF in your Discord? You like this PDF of Git? I mean, here's the thing, I don't know if I can share this. Besides just scrolling around, I think it'd be fine, to be honest. Wait, let me see. Yeah, to be honest, there's nothing about it which says I can't. But I'd rather not distribute this. If you send me a DM, I'll probably share it, That's the extent of it. But yeah. All right, that's Git. And then let's see, going back. I mean, there's a lot more. If you want to DM me, just go to join the Discord and then find my name. So hopefully that shouldn't be too hard. All right. Okay, but enough said. We're done with the exams. We're happily out of the rat race for now. I shall begin something. I gotta think. All right, wait, let me download this, by the way, when you guys want this. But let's see. So what's your plan for after semester? Big plans. Okay. Hopefully we'll see how far we can get with stuff. But personally, I'm thinking I want to try and do more streams, but also focus during those streams on the scheduler app that I'm building. And I've said I've been building this for the last 3 or so months, and it's basically now the better time as ever to get back into it, right? So I'm going to be doing that mainly beyond Leetcode every day, right? Let's see. So Ahmad, excuse me asking, but why both Notion and Obsidian at the same time? Yeah, a good question. That's a good question. Now, I actually say I've moved to Obsidian mostly for most of the personal notes I'm taking, but yeah, that's what I've moved from Notion to Obsidian. Stuff that I haven't moved from Notion to Obsidian is any shared resources, right? Anything that's structured, well, actually not necessarily, but anything that's shared within a team, I would put into Notion. Now, I don't really want to put stuff into Notion for the fact that it's, it's not necessarily the most private app to put your information on. So from like I guess somewhat moral standpoint, I don't want to put my personal notes on Notion, so that's why I have Obsidian, which when I'm using Obsidian, it's all self-hosted locally. It's all like saved on my server, or it's all saved on my own computer, right? So it's personal data that I'm putting in Obsidian, and anything that's shared working within a team, that goes into Notion. That's the way I think about things. And it depends, like, you know, the teams that I'm working in are all like student teams at the moment. So once it gets to a point where it's like, you know, if I'm working like my own business or something, I wouldn't even trust Notion to have that. I would probably self-host that shit as well for myself. Hope that makes sense. But yeah. Okay. Well, let's first bring out the Glove 80. The Glove 80. Now I don't need that. Certainly did both. Thanks for the answer. All good. Cool. So we're going to continue off building this app further, making it into something better. Now the idea is I want to make it so that this app is hopefully usable by before I leave. Oh, that's going to be pretty hectic. Like if I want to make it usable before I even leave the Sydney, it's going to be pretty difficult. But I think, you know, sometimes putting that stress upon you, it might be a good thing. So I think that's what I'll try and do. What I'll aim for is try and get an MVP working for this soon. All right, soon. But I want to make it still slowly and well. So if I still got to prioritize though, right? I can't be spent like a week figuring out how a calendar works or something. So I still got to prioritize, but we will try and get as much done as possible. If we find that there's other stuff that needs to be built before that to make it all functional, you know, maybe I can justify it by the end of let's see, November 12th to the 30th, that I can't do it like that. So we're literally talking almost 2.5 weeks of doing this, but not the whole 2.5 weeks. So I don't know how likely it is that we will be able to get an MVP out, but we will see. We will see. For now, we will keep this in mind while we do some Leetcode. Now, I also want to do a monkey type before I start as well. Hello, Kizetsu. It's been a bit indeed. Things have changed since you've last been here. A/B/C/D, A/B/C/D, A/O/A/B/C/D, triple colon. Notice you're using vert tabs in Firefox. Have you tried Zen browser? Yes, I have tried it. I actually would prefer this vertical tabbing over Zen browser's tabbing. Well, I don't know now because it's been probably like 2 months since I first checked it out. Zen browser at least. But this vertical tabbing does like actual nested tabbing, so that's why I like this, you know. X less 5 1 colon 4 colon 6 colon 4 colon 1 6 colon 6 space 4 space 1 iterable for x in iterable. Oh, interesting. What do nested tabs do? Not familiar. I'll tell you in a sec. Yield x break for x in iterable yield x. Okay, so this nested tabbing is pretty good. Like if you put it under Leetcode, you can kind of collapse the tabs and reopen them. And when you collapse it, it also disappears from the top in Firefox. So that's pretty cool, right? For me, at least. And you know, you can actually save like different workspaces and open them up. So I had like all these subject workspaces. If I open them up, you know, I got like so many tabs here. Yeah, you see the vision, right? I have so many tabs here. I can open up all of these, and there's sub folders as well. So you can have like all of it expanded out if you want. And like I'm literally just saving all my subject folders and files in here. And it's actually way more efficient, or not efficient, reliable than the previous like tab managers that I've had in the past. But at the expense of having this functionality only in Firefox. Because in the past, like previous tab managers, I think I had them working like across all different browsers using Workona. Using Workona, but now Workona is not my consideration or my go-to anymore. Alan, exam's done, meaning you can close that one tab you had open for a year. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's literally what I have all here right now. I literally have, anyway, 107 tabs for this subject open. I have probably 70 or so tabs for, 64 tabs open for computer vision subject, and I had 128 tabs open for an AI subject. Not bad. Now, you know, I can keep them kind of in an archive on Firefox. Yeah, my RAM just thanked me. I know my RAM's 8 gigabytes also. Like it can't even handle basic shit anymore. What's your tab manager called? So it's called what's it called? Wait, I'm actually Sideberry. It's called Sideberry. So Sideberry. Sideberry. Oops, I'm literally typing. Okay. Doesn't matter. Let's go back to Leetcode. It's so cool that we've done so much of Leetcode now. And we're on tries, and once we're tries, this whole like front page of this whole front page of this tree is going to be done. Doesn't mean we're done with everything else yet, but pretty cool. Okay, so here's the thing. Last time I tried trees, I didn't finish this, but I can do this better this time, I think. I remember how this this specific algorithm should work, and I should be able to build it. I'm going to build it from scratch, so I'm going to delete everything that I have here. Okay. Let's have a go. So I guess just to refresh my mind on how this should work, we'll read the problem. Design word search data structure. Design a data structure that supports adding a new word and then searching for existing words. I remember thinking that searching is going to be the tougher aspect of this. But you implement the word search dictionary class, which takes a void, add word, which adds the word to the data structure, and then a Boolean search word, which returns true if there is a string in this data structure that matches the word, or there isn't, in which case you return false. And the word may contain the dot symbol. Now this is the, I guess, the crucial part. There's a dot symbol where dots can be matched with any letter. Drink each time word is mentioned. Yeah, in this problem, I think I'm going to have to say word so many times over. All right, word dictionary, add word and a search. All right. Okay, so like this whole try problem relies on, you can build a hash table or you can build an array representation to store the different nodes that are possible. Now, I don't know which I want to do. I know that building a hash table is just easier, but I want to kind of just use array representation for now. So I might keep it within array representation, in which case, you know, what are the possible words that we can have? There is a total of 26 letters. If there's 26 letters, then your child dictionary is going to include none times 26. Okay, so that's the child dictionary, which includes all the child nodes, and you might want a root node, which is a trie node. And that leads us to create the trie class. Self C. Oh, okay. In this trie node, yeah, no, this has to go here. So that's where that goes to, but we also need a value to indicate the letter that is being added. Now, we might say the value is going to be initialized to none in the beginning. And in this, we're also going to have if this value signifies an end of a word. So we're just calling it end. And we're just going to call it false to begin with, because it's not going to be the end of the word most likely. Okay. And I might just make this contextually in order, you know, value and end before you kind of go to a child. Cool, so that's the trie node. You initialize the trie node, which originally has none. Then, let's see, we add a word. Adding a word, we build out this trie node by taking self roots, making this the current node, while, say we haven't reached the end of the word, I'm going to do a while loop because I think it's just easier to remember. So while word, or should I say the length of the word, so while I is less than the length of the word, we're going to increment I, and we're going to have to initialize I to 0. Now this also means that word I is what we have to add to a new trie node, and at some point we have to consider if it's the end of the word. This might be the current now. But you might have to make it a temp first, because then you can go current equals temp after you've done current dot child temp is equal to temp. And the only reason I say that is because we're going to use odd symbol and say the word I is minus odd of A. This will give us the correct index from the child array representation for us to put that trie node in. And then we would make current equals the temporary trie node. And then we would increment I. And then once we have reached a point where the length of the word is reached, we know that current node has an end value which is going to equal to true. Cool, so that should be the add word representation. That should be the add word representation completed. Do I see any flaws with this? So if we added a word like ABC, then at index 0, you're going to have A, which you're going to create a trie node for, and then add it to the 0th index of child of the current. And then your current is going to be next, is going to be incremented to the new trie node. And then that new trie node, if it was just A, if you just had word A, you would make that trie node end value true. So I see this working. Now we go to search. Okay. This is the harder part. I'm just trying to think how we would go about this, right? You got a word, you gotta go down the list of words, go down the list of letters, go down the trie node. You're gonna have, say, ABC or A something C. I guess you can still iterate through this. Could you? You could. Let's have a think. You could kind of think of this as like a backtracking, in a sense. Somewhat of a backtracking. But at the end of the day, you want to return true or false if there is something that's there. Now, you can only do that when you've reached an end position that is that is true. Otherwise, you would return false. Right. So you can use the end variable here to say be your return value. Now, if that's the case, we can build this in DFS, but I'm also trying to think, how can we do this iteratively instead of recursively? If we were to do this iteratively, we would have a while loop. We would have a for loop within the while loop to go through each of the try nodes. And then if any of them return they have to also be within their own while loop again, don't they? So it might be better to do this recursively. Because if you were to do this iteratively, you're going to have a while loop and a for loop. And then from the for loop, you have to pass it in where? How could you even pass this in anywhere? You could have multiple dots. You might just have to make this recursive. I feel like there should be an iterative approach to every recursive approach, no? So I might be misunderstanding some key details here. But I think let's try this recursively, and then we can try and find an iterative approach to this later once we've figured out the solution recursively, right? Because I can't think of something iterative, but I can think of something recursive. Right, so if it's going to be recursive, we're going to have to search through a word. Now the word is most likely going to be string sliced somehow. And we have to consider what happens there. Could we do a DFS here? Just define a DFS. We'll see. So the word has length. I guess while I is less than len of word. Do this for now. Word I guess we can call this the index. It's going to be ord of word I minus ord of word of A. Index is what we need to use to say we have self.root, call this current. The current child my bad. Damn, I've been sneezing a lot. I will have to drink some water after this. Now, let me drink some water now. Give me a sec. All right, let's see. I am wearing white everywhere today. Again, huh? White screen. Only thing black is my keyboard. Okay. Let's see. Now, it's not guaranteed that index is going to be within range, within the bounds. In which case, it's because the word I is just equal to this dot symbol. If it's equal to this dot symbol, then this is where you go to do the for loop. But when you do this for loop, you want to just break, don't you? You don't want to continue. You want to break. I think that sounds right. Because if you were to continue, you kind of... Because if you do this, this is where you do the self-search word. And you're saying like, from word I plus 1 to the end of the word, you want to do the search. And then you would break from this one, but you would break, but that means like you can just return here. Cool, I think that makes sense so far. And this is guaranteed now. In which case you can check, okay, current is equal to this next value. And once we've reached the end of the len of word, if the current dot end. Wait, you just return current dot end, I think. Let me think. Because once you return current dot end, it means you're returning from the search to say that you found or you haven't found the end of the word. Alright, let's have a look at how this goes. I could be missing something. Name I is not defined. Right. So I haven't defined it here. And I've never incremented it. No. I can't even. Okay. Just gonna delete. Okay. See. Ooh, object has no attribute child. Right, I haven't checked the case where it just might not exist altogether. Right, so you can say like this. However, if it's none, then you can't do anything else. So you should return false. Like if you just don't get down a good path, you want to just return false. Now it's a question whether you want to do this before or after. Doesn't matter. It might. It might. You also could have a word where it's just going to equal to nothing. It could just be an empty string. If that's the case, if it's an empty string, is that really what you want to do? Because that might return true always, right? Maybe. Current is equal to root. Current end. Let me think. Okay. In the case where, look, this is the edge cases that you'd be wary of. Word could be empty. Current could be fine, but I see. This might not be fine. Clat. You very good haircut. Go bold for a return offer. Hey, maybe. That's actually gonna be funny. You know, from all that stress, I decided to go bold. I see the problem with this though. Because this current is always going to be the current value from the root node. And when you do this while loop search, you're going to restart from the root node. Hey, let's go, Clyde. Alright. Oh, good, man. The obsidian helps, I think. I might need to make this into its own DFS. Def DFS. Word with current node. Maybe I'll just call it current. So DFS then would go for the word that you're currently given in your current. However, are we talking about returning from this DFS? Yes, we are. Derav, you're on earlier than usual today, right? Yeah. Probably just by, yeah, an hour ago. So at 9 o'clock. We started at 9 today. Sometimes it was 10, but yeah. Okay. Now this means this gets changed to DFS. Word of current. And let me think. When you reach this, wait, let me think. The current could be down a path where it's incorrect. For current in for current in current child, should I really call it that? No, for current, maybe I'll call it child, because then you're going from the child. If you go from the child, I think I gotta do a list comprehension here. C for C in if C, okay, for child, for every child that returns not none, then we would do this. And if any of the DFSs, so this is just going to return, but you need for any of the DFSs. If this, so if this is true, then you would return true. If it isn't true, then, so if everything's false, then you would just return false. Because that's where you know that you can't have any more. Okay. Maybe. Damn. But you don't want to return false though. You don't want to return false here just yet. you would return true, but if you can't find for any of those words, then you would return false. Okay, right, so this is in the while loop. You know you're always going to be breaking out of this while loop. That's one thing to note. Always be breaking out of this while loop. If the word is this. Okay. Now, if the current is none, then you would also break out the while loop and return false. Otherwise, you would increment I. And then you would be able to return if that is in the list. Okay, this seems okay to me, but maybe it might not work again. Ooh, that looks promising. Okay, that's okay. All right, maybe that didn't work all the way. Non-type object has no attribute and... Okay, so it's a non-type problem again, because it might just be at the very end of the word. If current, then you would do this, otherwise you would return false. Right, if there isn't something at that point. Alright, non-type object has no attribute child now. That might mean that this has to go before that. Okay. Okay, search A return true when it should return false. Wait, no, should return true, except I returned false. So the word was just A. Alright. If the word was just A, you DFS to the word from the current position. While I is less than the length of the word, so it's 0 less than 1. If current is equal to none, which it shouldn't be, it should just be root. It's not that. It's equal to 0. Child of 0. Should be the a value dot end. It should return true. Otherwise you return false. Now the question is, where in this that does it fail? So we're going to just try. Hello. Use test case. Run test case. So it's not here. Good. Print hello. Hello, hello, hello. No, so it's not from the hello point. It should pass through all of that. And then print hello if it's in current, which it should be. And then current end. So if current and you would print hello. Let's have a look. It's true. So the current end is false at one point. That means when you add the word, there could be an issue. Oh, you're overwriting. I think that's what you're doing. You're overwriting. You might be just overwriting. Okay, so if you're overwriting, that makes sense now. Yeah. So if word I minus, so if odd minus odd if the index of this for current of child exists, then your temp variable is just equal to that. If not temp, however it is, so you would continue. Okay, if not, Okay. Okay, we did it. Let's go. We did it. Okay. Yippee. Let's go. That was good. Okay, so what that tells me is, you know, I gotta be careful in the sense your try node when you create has to be hold on. The vacuum's going hard now. You have to check if the try node exists for that index. Simply. The rest is history. I also gotta fix the vacuum a little bit. I gotta clean out the vacuum a little bit. Okay, but that's cool. That's good. We solved it. Now, where's my mouse? Okay. Can push this back a little bit. Can put my mouse here. So that's good. We solved it. Not bad. Let's go to the Leetcode equivalent and just copy and paste that there. Yo, I'm not signed in. Yippee, but it's worse than the average. That's alright though. I'm gonna blame it on Python. Alacrity. Leetcode. Move this up here. And Vim. We're gonna create it for 211. Cool. That's done. And so we're so close to really just being done with all of these on this front page. Should I just do one more, one more try problem? Tonight. So how did you do on your exams? I think they went alright. I think we went alright. Haircut Pog, thanks man. Haircut kind of fly. Yeah, anyway. I think the exams went well overall, like all three of them, generally. I think the third one was a little more difficult than the rest because you were trying to remember all the content. So that was tough. But I think I still did pretty well on that. There were my other 2 subjects, AI planning, I finished that with like 30 minutes remaining. This one that I just had yesterday I finished in with 10 minutes remaining. And the first one that I ever did, I think I also finished with like 10 minutes remaining. But this first one that I ever did was also the hardest subject. So I would consider the hardest one was also the one that I'm most well prepared for. Cryptography and security, that was. So I am pretty happy with the overall like semester. And look, I'm going to be even happier now over the summer break because I feel like I deserve, the amount of work that I put in this semester. Like I feel like, it's deserved for me to, relax a bit when I go to Sydney. Now, when I say relax a bit, I'll be working, when I go to Sydney, but I'll be chilling in the evenings, doing my gym work. Like I can imagine just like me doing gym workouts, going to the gym or just like working out at home, and then afterwards just hanging out with friends or new people that I meet. Like that's just going to be pretty sick. Or even at lunch times where I might just be with interns or like with other I don't know how likely an older generation of people are willing to have lunch together, but stuff like this I'm thinking about. Just saying, as an introvert, like thinking about this stuff now kind of makes me think extrovertedly, but still like I'm still an introvert. Anyway, buff David Ark. I mean, I try to be already. It's just my metabolism's too high. Is Leetcode 1 year worth buying for a new programmer? I don't know. I actually don't think. I haven't tried Leetcode 1 year. I was tempted to at one point during like the earlier this year, but like the only reason I would buy it is not because of the content, but because of the sunk cost. That's how I would think of it. Oh, Leetcode 1 year. Okay. I mean, yeah, that applies. So if you got like some sunk cost, then I see that as a good motivator, because you did pay money. But I think the Leetcode course, right? Or they probably have this course, right? I'm thinking. Yeah, it's $119 in Australia, where you have video solutions articles. Look, yeah, like if you're starting new, I see this as a good way to learn. But also, like, for me at least, I wouldn't need it because I've gone through like university education, and I've gone through. If I ever need to go through any of data structures or algorithms, I would just search up on like W3 Schools or Geeks for Geeks, right? That's my way of doing things, because of the experience that I've already had at uni. But for new people like your situation, maybe not. Who knows? It's really up to you to decide whether you can trust yourself to use like online resources to understand your data structures and algorithms, or if you want like a structured course. But the other thing is, any of like the benefits that are included are probably only the video and articles. Code Sandbox, I don't even know how that is really that helpful. Practice problems, I feel like Leetcode 150 is literally all you need. Coding solutions, same thing. I feel like that comes from Leetcode 150. And short quizzes, I mean, I feel like you can make flashcards if you really wanted to learn them, or you just create like a boilerplate template like what I have here on the right. So I don't think it's necessarily worth that much to me to get written articles and video lessons when I can probably get it from, Geeks for Geeks, or even just from my university material. So, with all that bias aside, right? Hopefully that helps with your decision. Do you think a uni CS course in Python is more powerful than Leetcode's Python course? So again, like Leetcode's Python course, I don't know to its full extent, but I feel like, here's the thing, how would maybe I can't say that. I can't really say anything about that, but where would, say, be the Python course for Leetcode here, right? Because if it's just video solutions, like if it's just video solutions written in Python, I don't think it's probably worth it. Or if it's video lessons, right? If it's video lessons written in Python, I don't think it's worth it. At least I wouldn't think it's better than a uni course. Sorry, right? But again, uni courses are more expensive than a $199 payment. But I feel like uni courses, like, I don't know, MIT's uni course, which is free online, is also useful, but also you have to spend more time learning it. So it's really like, do you want to spend more time, be patient about it and learn it? Or if you want to be somewhat more hasty and fast with it? Personally, I would always try to go for the slower, more beautiful path. Because when you try to hastily do things, it can be like burdensome, and then it's not fun anymore. That's sometimes what I think could happen. So really, it's maybe it's mainly you need balance to really appreciate like both sides of the coin, where you're not going too fast or too slow. But yeah, so longer and slower routes the best. Helps you to be a robust SUI as well for work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking also. And it's like enjoying the way, enjoying yourself along the way. Okay, but tonight, so I think Leetcode's course is like questions with a command IDE. Then you just run your code for it to fit the questions constraints, and that's the entire course. It teaches you all the stuff you need to know. Okay. I mean, does that not just sound like Leetcode? Right? To me, like, you're given constraints in Leetcode and you're solving it. I feel like looking at Leetcode solutions, I guess, it depends how much of a guide you need yourself. Because for me, I can probably be fine with looking at Leetcode solutions and then be like, all right, let me search up how do I do like a heap queue in Python. And I'd be like, okay, Geeks for Geeks tells me a heap queue can be done with a heap pop, heap push, and all of this stuff. And I'd be fine with that as enough understanding of Python. But that's because I had a foundational understanding of Python to begin with. Like I was happy with my foundations in Python already. I knew how to make a class. I knew how to make a function normally. I knew how to make like the best practices in Python. I knew kind of just the Python landscape already. How to create scripts kind of in Python. But like even these things, I feel like you can learn a Python course, even on W3 Schools, which is free. And, you can learn it probably in less than a month. So look, I still don't think it's worth it. That's my thinking. But look, I haven't tried it. So that's also a disclaimer. Yeah, pretty much it's Leetcode lol, but it teaches you from the bottom up because you can't even do an easy right now. Yeah. Would it be a better idea to ChatGPT Leetcode solutions, or maybe look up YouTube videos or OpenStack or whatever it's called when devs post questions? OpenStack? Yeah, I think you mean Stack Overflow. But you agree. Real question is, where do you learn absolute min-maxed code optimization for memory usage. Where do you learn absolute min-maxed code optimization for memory usage? What the fuck is that? Oh, let me search that up, alright. I'm literally copying and pasting what you said. Oh, okay, like you're talking about, okay, just like say optimizations for Leetcode problems, right? Okay, if that's the case, then that's like, right. Okay, but to optimize memory usage and not say for time complexity, you want to talk about like space complexity, right? The problem is that it's not as important as you think it is to optimize for memory usage or optimize like complexities. Like that was my misconception with Leetcode when I first started, was you kind of need to always think about what is the most optimal solution. But when you learn through the Leetcode, when you learn through some of these questions on Leetcode that they Leetcode gives solutions to, like these solutions that he provides are already pretty optimal. Like they're 80% of the way there already in the sense of optimality. Like most of these, you can't really think of any other way to solve the problem. Maybe originally you'd think things of like 2 for loops and you're brute forcing with an O of n squared time complexity or space complexity, but like that's just because you haven't delved enough into all of these sections, like all of these sections. Once you've understood like how these data structures work, it's doing the data structures itself and remembering the data structures complexities is enough, rather than trying to optimize a specific solution, right? And it's like, you don't need to memorize or think about how to optimize something, because you already know what the optimal way to go about things is, or somewhat 80% optimal, okay? And that's all that matters, the 80%, right? So I just looked at his 150 questions. I just look at his 150 and do each question in the current level. If I don't understand function or a DA, I just search it up so I can have a better understanding. Yeah, that's same. Yeah. So where do you learn space and time complexities? Yeah, so again, from his videos, he does speak about these time complexities and space complexities, but also just like, for me at least, say if you're learning like priority queues, right? If you're learning heap queues in Python, which is the priority queue like implementation for Python, I personally, have this note on the side here. I have heaps section, and I say heap queue because that's the data structure in Python that we're using. And, next to these, I would actually write their time complexities. Like what each operation of these heap operations cost, how time or space complex it is. So in this case, it's just all time complexities here. Actually, don't worry about the space complexities for this heap issue, but it's kind of like you don't need to worry that much about it. Like you got to keep it in mind, of course, but it's not like set in stone. Like even for my Amazon interview, I had a person who asked me like, what is the space or time complexity of your graph solution? My dumbass said because you're doing branching factors. Like I was under a certain mindset of going through the graph as a tree rather than just thinking about the graph as edges and vertices, right? So the thing is, like, he was looking for me saying O of E times V, where edges is E and V is vertices. But I said, we're using like a tree approach to solving this using BFS. And then if we're using BFS, then we have a branching factor of the number of children. And then I kind of like said the answer was O of BD, where B is the branching factor and D is the depth of the tree. Like, I said it in terms of a tree problem as opposed to a graph problem, but he still didn't mind. So the main takeaway is, like, he didn't mind exactly the time complexities, but be wary of, like, each of these time complexities. Like, me just speaking about that right now is the level of proficiency you need to be at in terms of talking about these time and space complexities. Hope that makes sense. And yeah, like, what Icon does as well is basically what I did, right? You learn about these space complexities as you do more Leetcode problems. And hello, Jamil. Yeah, I had my final, so I'm done. I'm done for this week. I mean, for this semester, for this year. And I would really like to follow up on an email regarding a subject that I want to take in the summer, which is a follow-up for this internship subject. So it's an internship subject I want to take for my internship that I'm currently having, but I still haven't figured out, like, the details. There's still, like, comms I gotta speak to people about. So there's stuff there that I still gotta fix, but I don't know. Yeah, so you just gotta pick up language and grind Leetcode. Then, from my understanding, you can use library functions, which do not come with base languages. Yeah, so look, here's the thing, right? You literally just gotta, pick a language. It doesn't matter which. Actually, it does. Like, just pick between Java, Python, or C++. If you want to go competitive programmer, use C++. If you want to learn Python, and if you're proficient in Python to begin with, learn Python. If you've used Java in the past, then use Java. I mean, personally, I would just pick Python, even if you're learning it new, right? Because Python can be used everywhere. Although it's not the best language for everything, it's good enough. It's 80% of the way there. Again. AI made you think straight to branching factors. And yeah, thanks, man. But yeah, low key, pick a language. And then just do those Leetcode problems for that language. My personal choice is just Python. When you do Leetcode, use Leetcode 150. Use Leetcode 150, which is free, right? It's free. Like, use Leetcode 150. Look at the video solutions, because they're all free. And you just got to trust the process. Write notes after you've completed a problem. Everything else is just going to be easier from there. Like, trust in yourself, you know? Trust that it'll work, the process. And it will. Python dominates AI ML, Java doesn't. Seem too unsure why. I'm gonna guess you're unsure why. Well, the thing is, like, I've used Python also for AI and ML stuff. And that's because Python has just lots of libraries, that's for sure, regarding all of these like AI, ML tools and concepts. There's everything. It's literally everything. Java, on the other hand, I haven't heard much from Java having these kind of algorithms, but I haven't used Java enough to know. But in, like, CS courses and stuff where they teach you about AI and ML, the default language that these CS courses use is Python. So there's a big community around it. There's a reason why they choose it. It's because there are so many libraries built in Python for it. So did you ever use C# in the backend? I've never used C# at all. How many problems in a day were you doing while studying? I think you told me before you were practicing just from Leetcode 150, like on average. Yeah, literally it was just one problem a day. Right, so I'm taking it slow because I want to learn each problem well enough so I don't need to go back on them a second time, or like I would be able to be I would actually trust myself to know the solution after the first time round. Right. You know, sometimes you forget, obviously, and that's where you would have notes. You know, like maybe I haven't finished writing my notes here for this one that I currently just did. Maybe I did, actually, I did. Those are the tries, so it's the tries. Yo, did I not create one for this? No, I did. Let me see. Implement prefix try. Try. Design. Word search data structure. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, this is it. Solved on second attempt by myself. Which was probably 5 days after originally looking at the problem. Okay. Yeah, Python just seems BIS, World of Warcraft term for best in slot, or simply just the best, because it has the most libraries for the field that advances the most, whereas Java lacks them. Yeah. So personally, I would say, you know, just go with Python. Like, you'll be fine. The thing also is, like, Java is mainly, you know, the context is people use Java in big tech, I think. And that's just like from previous, I guess, it's just been the longer language to be alive, I reckon. Let's see, what came first, Python or Java? Age. Wait, okay, Java age 1996, Python age. Never mind. Never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. Regardless. I feel like Java is probably, they choose the language because it's more stable, probably. Is this Obsidian for notes? Yes, it is. It is. It sure is. I wonder if Java usage is being dominated by Python now in big tech. You have a, yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't know the answer to that. But I know for a fact that, you know, big tech nowadays all have their own like tools and internal tools. So they might even be building their own languages internally to help with various things. Maybe not necessarily for like very low level, you know, actual programming related stuff. But I know that the team that I might be in might be using a language that's like high level in the sense that you're deploying architecture. You're deploying like servers using a language. So I know you can do this with, say, Terraform. That's something for sure. But they have their own equivalent internally. Yeah, so anyway. Maybe that's the same thing that's happening for Java or Python or whatever. That's actually kind of sick. Yeah. It's gonna be cool just to learn about their architecture, how they build things, what tools they use to build it. Because I'm sure they don't want to, use tools that depend on other companies. Because they're such a big company, they don't want to be like scammed in a sense themselves, up their asses themselves when they have like millions of programmers already. You finished like 90 problems and got on Amazon. That's impressive, man. Oh, thanks, man. I mean, yeah, like, um, look, I did these problems pretty, uh, you know, uh, detailed. So you can think of like these 90 problems as being 90 hours anyway. So at the minimum. But also it's I think when I got it, I was at 75 or 70 questions. So 70-ish hours, you can say. But also the Amazon interview isn't even that much into Leetcode. I mean, you got to know your Leetcode, I think, still. But a lot of it I focused on, the behaviorals also. That was the main thing, really, that I was practicing like 3 days before the interview. And I was happy with everything else. All right. So let's say, I want to like just reminisce on a few things. Because when we're talking about Leetcode, I started 21st of November. I will say though, like 21st of November, almost last year. Yeah. This would have been the first time that I really thought, okay, maybe I should try doing Leetcode. And then there were 2 months where I just didn't do any. And then I got back into it again because we were starting uni. And I was still iffy about Leetcode back then. Man, times have changed. So Jamil, you failed the Microsoft last interview, got the job, almost got the job, and Leetcode wasn't the problem, just a poor decision inside the interview. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? I also had this similar experience with Atlassian. I got to the final interview, didn't pass because basically it was the behavioral that didn't get me through. Got to practice the STAR method, got to do all that. Can't not do it, Anyway, it's just also interesting that I probably can remember, 21st of November when I first tried it. Now, is it possible that I can even check? No, I don't think I can. I'm not gonna list through all of that. But yeah, I can remember this day. Man, those were the days. Those were the days. Those were the days where I was thinking about whether I should even go down the path of Leetcode. Yet look at me now. We try and do it every day. But damn. And then we got more consistent. Kind of. And it got very consistent in May. Maybe this was during the break, maybe. And then maybe I started like Leetcode here. Or maybe I started Leetcode here already. Yeah, I've probably started Leetcode here already. But then I started, yeah, consistently streaming. Damn. I missed a month of Leetcode though, in between here. Still. Yeah, so where I live there, so, wait. Yeah, so 3 semesters left at least to apply for an internship. Now I don't think I can do that since I'm about to finish my degree. I see. Yeah, no, here's the thing. You have to be, for me, you have to be in your penultimate year, which is your year before you graduate, in order to apply. So I was lucky. I had a second kind of, because I'm doing my master's, I'm in my penultimate year again, right? In my bachelor's, I was too late to even realize that as well, me personally. And tonight, by the way, our high schoolers are getting like 300 Leetcode solved, you know, they just have time, you know what I mean? They just have time to do that shit. And they're probably like thinking about it from the day they were born. Not the day they were born, but like they were thinking about probably going into software engineering, either because their parents wanted them to do it or because they think it's going to be lucrative. But for me, at least, like, you know, I don't want to say I look down upon these types of people, but I will say, like, if you're going into a profession because you want the money for it, I don't think you'll have a happy, fulfilling life if the money is the only concern. Like, you have to really love what you're doing. Well, you can like what you're doing, at least. So, do you think I should do a master's? I searched up the programs. It feels like a bunch of courses and then research at the end. That's literally what I'm going to be doing. So, a bunch of courses for me. Like I'm doing a course-based or coursework master's. Yeah. And hello, Ibrahim. It's been a while, actually. Been so rough for discrete math. Oh man, your agony, Lucas. You've been man. I'm sure there's so much agony to it. But I respect it, man, you know? I believe in you to keep it up. Keep on doing what you do. Yeah, so what's your current major? My current major is in AI, because this is for my master's now. So it's a master's of IT in AI. And so that's what I'm doing for this year and the next. But I did my major in bachelor's as in our unit, it's called computing and software systems, but it's equivalent to computer science. Yeah, anyway. All right, let's see. So I'm gonna get some drinking water. Be right back. All right. So now let's see what I can do. I want to also go to the gym later. I want to have some lunch later, but I also maybe just want to quickly, before I continue with anything else, check some mail. Now, I haven't checked my mail in a while. We're talking maybe, a day and a half now. We'll see. We will see. Ooh, there's a lot. 15 emails, however. None of them are all that interesting. I will then just ignore it for now. There's nothing that interesting. Hold on, you low-key want a Herman Miller, something good for posture that motivates me to code. Yeah, that's what I also like to think, I was actually also considering Herman Miller at one point. We're talking a year ago or 2 years ago now. But definitely considered it. I don't have a Herman Miller at the moment, but definitely thinking about it is what I want as well at some point in the future. I'm thinking like buying it from like secondhand, maybe. So, any ideas for graduation project for bachelors? For graduation project, do you guys get to choose? I'm actually surprised because we didn't get to choose. Get the Alibaba version. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, Ibrahim, if you guys get to choose, make a web app. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm making something that's just fun for me. Look, if you have any particular problems yourself with, say, the apps, the tools that you use, maybe you can create your own version, That's what I'm doing for that scheduler. And talking about it, maybe I should get onto that. Now, let's see. I did have lots of changes in the recent pull request. Now, I could have opened this up in VS Code on my other computer. I think that's what I'll do. Turn on my computer now. Yeah, so Jamil. Yeah, that's exactly it. I would also actually like to add, right, that it's generally easy to tell if you add like resume points about like school projects that they are school projects. Like, it's relatively easy to tell if a resume point is from a school project. And for me, at least, I've tried to make my school projects that I've added to my resume more related to solving a problem, right? Because you did this project, but what does this project solve? For me, at least, this was like an RPC framework that I built for computer systems subject. Now, I used to write it so that, it used to be more cringe, it used to be more cringe in the sense that I used to say, I resolved all memory leaks as one of the top points. But that's basically what every good app should have anyway. So that's not that interesting or great about it. But if I go to my resume now with that point, actually, I don't have it committed here, but I have it here in the terminal on my local machine. Resume code. This is going to be my upcoming resume. Yeah. So it was a, remote procedure call framework. Designed an API. So before, I'm going to show the before and after actually. CV. So this was remote procedure call framework. I used to say implemented an RPC framework in C with 0 memory leaks, utilize makefile, blah blah blah, publicly available, blah blah blah. But now I've changed it to designed an API enabling function execution on a remote server as if run locally. So that's like kind of like the synopsis of what this framework does. Implemented serialization, deserialization of a nested data structure is like an actual useful piece of like dot point that I can speak about to people interviewing me, because the serialization and deserialization of the data structure was one of the harder problems to solve, especially in C and in structs. So that was definitely something. And then I utilized valgrind memcheck to detect and resolve all memory leaks from the client and server. Now, I still included this part, but it's just rephrased. But I think that's the last point anyway, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But I did remove, say, that is publicly available under MIT license, which I think it doesn't really matter, yeah, to have or not to have. So anyway, actually, I don't know if I should include it back anyway, but we're going to build out this more. And, you know, I got Amazon Web Services there. It's building out. Yeah, I haven't committed this yet. Anyway. Oh, let's have a look. There's so many. Okay. People nowadays hit YouTube and copy a project and put it on resume. Yeah. That actually might work. Like if you copy, that's not that impressive. Yeah. And should I upload all my test answers for CS courses on my GitHub? Maybe even Leetcode answers or nah. I did for my Leetcode answers. Even for my test answers, I do for CS courses, because I also think like it's like a backlog of my progress learning in, you know, my CS degree. So I do it. Well, I just implemented search strategies for backend game that already. Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, so the memory leak part sounds not that good. Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking. I mean, it might work, but it's better, better, but you get it. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking also. So, you get me. Anyway, all right. Give me a second. Um, okay, all right. So, could you show examples on how you set up your GitHub? Things for school test sensors. Yeah, I'll do that. Give me a second. Um, how many Leetcode have you solved? And do you feel comfortable solving most OAs? I feel somewhat comfortable, but the Leetcode questions that I've solved now is 87. It's just from Leetcode 150. And not saying the other options are hard, but since I didn't try, but oh yes, I see. Okay. Could you show examples of how you set up your GitHub? Right, I'll show you. I'd love to show you. This is my GitHub. There's a lot of like private repositories, so let's try and view it from public repositories. In terms of, say, like I go to my profile, I copy this, I open up a new tab, and I paste. All right. So beyond just the basics here, so if I go to the actually repositories section, some of these repositories are just forks. I want to show like one specific one that I did for like a very early time in my life. Yeah, okay. This one's a good one. So this one's from January 11th, 2023. Last updated. So this was like a 2022 subject. So it was 2 years ago. So icons. So I'm not sure if you've mentioned this before, but how would you recommend going through the Leetcode 150? Honestly, by the way it's structured, just go through it that way. But then once you feel like you don't want to do some of the same repetitive questions, you just feel you just kind of like pick and choose one that you want to learn. Right. So for me, I got pretty okay. I'm going astray from what I'm trying to do, but like, say I was up to trees. I'm like, okay, there's 15 problems in trees. I can probably feel fine, comfortable solving already just 5 of them. Let me try some of the other ones down the line. So I tried dynamic programming, I tried graphs, and then I continued while doing some trees as well. So if I feel like I'm understanding trees already pretty well and there's 15 more to go, I'm not just going to stay on trees until I've solved them all. I do try, pick something that maybe I want to start on, maybe I want to learn on. Almost like in AI algorithms where you have an exploration factor and an exploitation factor, in the sense that you want to explore different algorithms by just going down this list, and exploiting in the sense you want to exploit the trees by doing more of the tree problems. If you're feeling like you're going shit in life or something. Right. So I don't know if people get what I mean when I say that, exploitation and exploration, but it's like an AI kind of idea from like I think UCB. I don't know exactly what UCB stands for anymore, but yeah, you just pick and choose if you feel like you're it's too easy for a specific problem data structure. Hold on, give me a sec. All right. UCP. Where are you reading UCP? Anyway, but tonight, right? So this is like an example of my older repository, which is for an entire subject worth of like content, I guess. You know, in these folders I also explain like what specific algorithms are being used, and you know, in the future, if I really wanted to take a look at this, I would. You know, there was also, I think, implementations of like quad trees. So if I go to my actual website, I actually talk a little bit about in my portfolio like a quad tree, point region quad tree. Now this, I don't know if it does go to the same repository, and this is assignment 2, and this is the introduction to quad trees, how it's done. This wasn't my writing, by the way. This was part of the assignment that they gave you, and you know, my implementation would have been, where would it have been? Driver C, but it would have been all of these files really. But that's like the C implementation. All written pretty well, I think. So that's why I'm kind of like proud to share all this stuff. But there's this, right? There's that. But then there's more recent ones, such as say the food groups classification model or the RPC framework. So I try to make these into, or even with the process manager. So these were all school projects, right? These were all school projects. Even this was a school project, but this was forking from another repository, which was part of the final assignment that I had at uni. But these other ones were all school projects as well, that I made them into look nice, into as if, you know, these were things that I was personally interested in, and it wasn't just an assignment kind of thing. So I made my own README that explains how to compile, how to run test cases, and making sure not to mention like anything Unimelb specific, because again, you know, I was kind of building this for myself in the end. Even if it was an assignment, I was building this for myself, thinking about it in terms of like, look, this is something that I want to share at the end, and it's not just a project that I'm going to throw away. So, you know, for the remote procedure call, for this process manager, they were both done in a way that that makes it look like, you know, I took initiative from scratch to build this, which I did. Built everything from scratch. Every one of these files was built from scratch. And then this food groups classification model, there would have been, again, I tried not to mention anything specific to the subject. This was done in a group. And then I don't know if in the report, no, I don't include the actual assignment spec. But look, I was also happy with this food groups classification model because it was actually pretty good. Like, we're talking 80% accuracy, and it was like one of the best. I don't know. It was like one of the better, I guess, groups that we had for this subject. Anyway, it was good in the end. I like it. Threw all the test answers and question prompts into Google Doc. Now I've got to throw them in GitHub, which probably takes forever. I kind of regret not immediately uploading my CS1 courses to GitHub. Kind of regret not uploading my degree to GitHub. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. You know, I was fortunate still, in the sense that, you know, I kind of used GitHub early in my in my CS degree. Like, I started using Git second semester of first year, because I realized like Git is just so useful in order to keep track of things. Like, fuck, like you guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. I don't even need to explain it. Like, it was that sort of need that I really wanted that made me want to get it and use it well. So I got to understand it enough to, make commits, and the rest was history, I guess. But look, doesn't mean you can't start now. Doesn't mean you can't start like... Okay, here's the thing. Also, don't bother. I don't think you should bother trying to like backload all of your old files onto GitHub. Because it'll be too laborious and you're kind of thinking about it negatively in a sense, because you've spent so much time doing it and it's like the same repetitive task of like uploading to GitHub if you got lots of like content, right? So I would even argue like don't bother too much unless it's something really good that you want to share, of backlogging all your work that you've done in the past. But yeah, so just start uploading to GitHub. Yeah, exactly. So that's it. You know how it works. But apart from that, we got the CV. That's about it. All right, let's close. But yeah, like I like to think about things like anything that I do now is going to be helpful for later. And that's how I've thought about using GitHub, I guess. Everything I write now, every piece of code that I write, they won't ever be deleted, especially in a Git repository. And then because of that, like realization, the code that I write has to be somewhat well, right? Because it's being tracked. If it's being tracked, you probably got to do it well the first time. And that's kind of the mindset that I have. Okay. Now we're going to try and make all these tests pass. Let's just double check if there's any new GitHub notifications. Oh, from where did you practice behavioral? Literally, because we're talking about Amazon here, right? One video helped me the most. What was it called? This guy's Crush the Loop video is really good for Amazon. And that's it. I'm gonna upload my spaghetti code to GitHub. Can't afford that code to get leaked after I delete it. Okay. Leaked? Wouldn't it be more likely to be leaked on GitHub? You know what I mean? If it's on GitHub. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's try and fix these. What? All right, Icon. So what's your approach to tackling each question? Do you first try to solve it on your own and then check the solution if needed? Yeah, so literally, yeah, here's my policy. I've said this before, but if I ever get stuck, so I look at the question, read the question, understand the question, basics. Then if I ever get stuck on trying to solve the problem, at most I'd think about it for 5 minutes. If I really think since I don't know the data structure, for example, if I didn't know the data structure, I would just look at the solution immediately the first time around. Because I know that there's going to be other problems that are similar, that are going to use the data structure that I'm going to be learning, right? So my approach is like at most 5 minutes. If I can't figure out, if I get stuck for 5 minutes, that's my time to get out of the rut and then look at the solution. And during looking at the solution and something just clicks in my head, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's how you're going to work it. Let me try it out. So I would try it out even before I even finish watching the video, finish watching, say, the coding part of it. I would then just write out my code before looking at the code that Leetcode does. Yeah, that's how I would do it. Okay. That's how I have been doing it. Like even for tries, that was what I was doing. Yeah. All right, let me sit. Okay. All good, icon. So, Microsoft. No, Windows. Do you stream on Twitch too? So, I did. I don't now. Just because, well, I don't know like how dual streaming is gonna work. Also because I thought Twitch was mainly for gamers, you know what I mean? So gamers don't probably want to watch me code. Maybe. Now why can't I sign in? No, everything's fine. But yeah, look, I did for a time when I was dual streaming, but when I'm on my Mac, I don't think I can dual stream that well. So I just haven't bothered, so I just do it on YouTube. Alright, well, I'm gonna turn off this computer and turn it back on. I don't think that's turning off. In the background. Hold on. I gotta switch the screen on this computer. Okay, so there's a... Let's see, let's change. Oh. Is it possible? Thinking. Alright, maybe I can just shut off. Yeah, shut down. Alright. Shut down on the other computer just now. Okay. Hey, thanks Jamil. I appreciate it. So tonight, I'm holding a 4.0 in every course outside of mathematics. Will this hold me back in any way, shape, or form? Unsure how thorough big tech companies are when it comes to reading your transcript, if at all. Look, for me, like my undergrad averaged a like 75 out of 100. So I don't know what equivalent that is to a 4.0 GPA, I'm guessing. So, you know, Amazon didn't even ask me about what my GPA was, right? Or what was what we call it here is a WAM, weighted average mark. So it doesn't really matter for big tech. But if you're going to say HFTs, which is high frequency trading firms, then you might be asked for, you know, your resume screen might have some of your marks in uni. So yeah, even Jamil says, you know, like Microsoft didn't really tell you to give their grade sheet. Yeah. Yeah, some do care. Yeah. Like high frequency trading. But also you have to, like, high frequency trading firms also pay more. But to be honest, I don't know if I want to be in a high frequency trading firm. Just because, like, what do you do in a high frequency trading firm beyond frequently trading on the stock market? To me, that just seems like you're not providing much value, but you're just taking value. Right? And how can high frequency trading make so much money? It's because they have all of these algorithms that look at the stock market and know how to highly frequently trade to get the best outcome through probability. But that's only for their own personal gain. I see that as not really admirable. Or, you know, if you really care about money, like, that's all I can see it as being, that you really just care about money. But no diss to those who do high frequency trading. It's just, I question your profession. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, that's true. If you learn a good internship, it doesn't even matter what your score is. Yeah. I don't know what virtue is, but it sounds like a high frequency trading, to be honest. Oh, what? I didn't know that. Yeah. But yeah, it's still good to aim for top companies anyway. I mean, what can you do? Yeah, Nvidia for sure. Kind of makes sense though. Yeah. Okay, let's turn it all to dark mode just because we also have dark mode. On the Windows machine. Hmm. I see a 2.7 GPA. Interesting. It is. Yo, you guys see me? I'm trying to like swipe up. Nothing's actually changing screens on this computer. That's yuck. Grr, okay, I'm just gonna close some tabs. Yo, like, my whole screen is kind of frozen. Gotta force quit something. Force quit Finder. I don't even know if it's the Windows app that's making this issue. It was as soon as I turned. Oh, hello. Alright, now you're fine. Interesting. Literally. Now I'm gonna reconnect this. That's interesting. Why can't I connect? Just happened a minute ago in which I could connect. Meh, doesn't matter. Let's try and fix it just with this computer. That means I'll turn the other one off. Give me a second. Oh, interesting. 1.5 years part-time, I see. That's interesting. Yeah, because we do it like 3 months. Like, yeah, back-to-back-to-back internships. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, send over his LinkedIn. I'll try and have a look. I'll try and speak about it. Not that I do back-to-back internships. I don't think you can link stuff though, just like send his name or something. Okay. Let's have a look. I see. Lots of internships. Lockheed Martin. That's cool. So this is the virtue that you're talking about. Not bad. GPU architecture, damn. Software developer intern at Virtual Financial. Software engineer. See some other experiences, instructor. So he would have been pretty smart as well, I would reckon. Right. But you see, like, even for some of these, I don't know how big of a name Virtue is. I don't know how big of a name, say, Lockheed Martin is. I mean, I've heard of it, right? I haven't heard of Virtue, but I'm sure it's also pretty good. Third place overall in Hack MIT. US Presidential Scholar. Okay, sounds pretty good. Hedge fund in the world, I see. And he has top secret clearance at Lockheed, which he put on his resume. Right. Okay. I mean, looking at this, it's pretty intense, I would say. I don't know what else to say beyond that. Because I mean, it's pretty good hustling, I would say. I feel like it's from the people that I've seen that are, this cooked, they are usually the ones that do have like high grades, right? They are probably like, doing all of this, and they probably are, in their spare time finding all these opportunities, from like their mentors, from the people they're around, and setting themselves up. And that, you can kind of think of it as like, these are also people that do become real obsessed with, having these awards and achievements and doing well, right? And there's respect to all of this. Like, I respect people who can get to this level of, I guess, educational reward, because they deserve it beyond no end, because these people are probably like smart as hell, but also you don't know exactly the people themselves. Maybe they don't really like all this, maybe they do, maybe they really do, but maybe they don't. And there's always the consideration that how much of this is actually their own doing, and versus the influence of their own parents, or their own set in life. But if it's like they had the money from their parents or not, that's the considerations that I have as well. So you really don't know how some people get to this point beyond, say, knowing that they are work hard, right? So if there's anything that I can get out of this, is they do work hard, right? And that's the main outcome, I would say, from this. Yeah, so I mean, you would have to be applying year round. That's what I think. Yeah, and you have to be applying everywhere. So I think, like, every opportunity that he's had so far is probably just, from all of this, looking around. And I'm thinking, sure, there's probably been opportunities that's been handed to him by just like speaking or by just having his LinkedIn like this, right? He's probably had maybe recruiters speak to him about stuff, but I don't even like, is he in his final year? Okay, right, he's still in his bachelor's degree, right? I mean, when you get 4.7 out of 4.0 GPA, that seems kind of intense as well. Yeah, no, look, like, he's put in lots of effort. Like, if anything, like, he became like an obsession level of um education, which has reaped rewards for him in terms of all of these internships. But obviously, by this obsession, that's why he's able to apply year round and not feel, say, demotivated, because he probably actually thinks that he is able to do all this. Because, yeah, he's gotten a 4.7 out of 4 GPA. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's actually possible in America. I don't know how the GPA system actually works. But look, if it's there, I'm just going to take it as fact. You get what I mean? Which he admitted is not knowing. Oh, whatever's required prior interviews. Even if he's smart, I think there's luck if he landed all these internships in the same year. Was genius plus cheating on the resume actually OPN is working? Yeah, so I mean that's also part of, like, say, focusing on the things that, say, matter the most at the current point in time. Like for him at least, he's probably always prioritized well. And even if it's stuff that, all these bunch of libraries, like even with all the skills, I don't even take the 55 skills and think like he actually knows them all very well. Even for like computer vision, say when he says computer vision, like I don't think he'll know the extent of topics that I've learned in my computer vision class that I've taken this semester. I feel like, if anything, it's just spam of all these skills. But they're there because he's touched it. I think that's why he's showing it off here. But also it's probably because it's all the other activities that he does from all these other experiences. Regardless. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jamil, I can get you, right. This type of grind, it's like an obsession level, right? You have to be a certain obsession level to get something like this, but that's the thing, you don't need to be obsessed to get something good at the end of the day. And also, don't try to compare yourselves to others. If there's anything that you want to take out of this, is don't compare him to you, because really you don't know his life. Again, you don't know how much time he's put in, or how much support he's had from his family, or how much monetary support he's had from his family, say like even tutoring stuff. Like you don't know any of this behind the scenes. But you can always end up comparing, which is not going to be good for you. But it's still just good. If anything, right? You should take this as inspiration, right? That there's people out there that can get to this level, and you can too. But maybe not to this obsession level, so you get like 5 different internships. But at least if you go a fifth of the way, you can get one of them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's making much sense, but I find it interesting how he pretty much only uses Python and C++ for these big interns. I mean, C++ is like, here's the thing, right? He is leveraging the stuff that he already knows, right? C++, Python. The thing is, like, these opportunities, they are mainly probably C++ written, and also Python if they're ML virtue stuff, right? Yeah, so I feel like it's so hard not to compare in this market, like the thousands that apply to internships. How do you even compete? Right. Right. So here's the thing, right? For me, at least, I've tried not to compare, and my justifications for not comparing is that, you know, everyone's on a different journey, but also that I'm looking for things in the long term. You know, I like to think that, you know, maybe if I don't get an internship this year, then what I'm doing now, my preparations now, is all going to be helpful for next year, which when I'm doing now and doing consistently every day, how many people realistically in the long term, in the next year, are they going to be doing one question every day from Leetcode consistently and be prepared by the time the next semesters or the next year's grad roles open? Right? How many would be preparing 3 months before versus how many people would be preparing a year before? So then with that thought in mind, you know, it's like everyone's on a different journey. People start earlier if they start now. And comparatively to the landscape of your life, if you think about long-term things, you know, it's always almost like, look, maybe I'll be in big tech in the next 5 years. Like if you think about 5 years as your long-term goal, it's much better than thinking about like, I need to get into big tech within the next 3 months. Hope, you know, that's the way I like to think about things. Yeah, 1% improvement every day. TT today, how the project. I think you're trying to ask like how my project's going or what I'm doing. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some after this. Yeah, so long term adds up like video games. Yeah, I'm also thinking like, you know, everyone has their own like credit in life, and you can build the skills that you want over time. And I feel like my philosophy is almost like everyone has an equal amount of credit, and you just spend it differently. Each person spends it differently, but everyone starts with an equal amount. Now it's roughly approximately equal. That's what I'm thinking. Because, you know, approximately we all die at the age of 70 to 80. So approximately that, you know, that's the amount of time that we have. Time equates to the credits, and the credits is what builds ourselves and our skills into whatever different fields that we want. And that's the way that I'm thinking about stuff. You still need to get rid of video games, getting a new gaming laptop, and I should try only use it for programming at this point. Video games are the thief of success, in my opinion, especially when you're putting all your effort into becoming like a top 10 leaderboard player. It's like literally no one cares about that but the person pursuing that. Yeah, yeah, look, it's true, except don't think that it's also all that bad. Like it's probably fun to play for a bit, but you just don't want to get to a level of obsession, because anything that you obsess over is going to be bad. It just happens to be that video games are much easier to get obsessed over, right? If you get obsessed over, like even for this guy who's obsessed over making his LinkedIn so cracked, right? Maybe in the future it gets to a point where he's cocky, and that's no good, right? Yeah, like that's something that I'm thinking about. Or it gets to a point where he's fully obsessed with money to the point where his morals are out of the picture. You know, if you're, say, Mr. Beast, your obsession is content, making content on YouTube, and yet everyone hates you now because your obsession with YouTube has gone beyond, right? That's an example of Mr. Beast, if you guys know what I mean. So Squid Kid plays. My biggest problem is I just don't have enough time. Like school takes a lot of time and it takes me much longer to understand material compared to my mates. This really eats up my time management. I think, yeah, like even if it takes longer to understand material, it might be like, that might be, if you're actually taking longer to understand material, like I don't know your particular situation, but maybe there needs to be more efficient studying. Maybe. All right, maybe. I don't know your exact situation, but that's maybe. And maybe you don't know your friends' exact situations. Maybe you're taking the exact amount of time that your other friends are doing, but you just don't see what your other friends, when your other friends are learning. Right, maybe. Considerations. Yeah, tonight I get what you mean. Bro's probably applying to internships mid-internship. I mean, respect the hustle. Respect the hustle, if that's actually the case, you know? All right. Cool. Let's close this. Give me a second. I just gotta help out a little bit. Be right back in like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, no, I'm I'm still muted. Yeah. No, I was just reading back on the chat, but yeah, makes sense. Anyway, tonight, like, yeah, man, all you gotta do is get started. Here's the thing, maybe you can't be the level of Sid. Oh, I mean, wait, what's his name again? I'm just gonna call him Sid. Anyway, if you can't reach the level of Sid, at least being around him has influenced you to get started. And that's all that matters. Now, I'm gonna probably go to the gym soon, but let's have a little think. I'm gonna just think a little bit. See if I can figure out one of these problems. Generating client is failing. Shut up, Camille. You know what I mean? Nah. No, I'm not Sid level. That's definitely not Sid level. Okay, but as for your second paragraph, would you generally agree about the empty space in experience on CV? Let me see. And if the projects are from YouTube, it's something to put on your resume in the empty space of experience. Yeah. So I would say even, yeah, still put those on. It's better than nothing, right? It's better than nothing. But once you do more, once you have more experience, you can slowly push those out. So look, including them, I see no problem with it. If it means being able to fill your resume. So you're fine. Okay, token not supplied. Well, what's the token? This is a what exactly? Generate client. Generate client, full stack fast API, template repo token. Now I might just call this repo token, I think. So, and I'm just gonna go to settings. Okay. I gotta put these on. Got to learn about tokens. I recommend using a service account. Okay, fair enough. So I'm in like tutorial hell, as they call it, yeah. I'll learn from video but don't know how to do something new without the video. That's why I would suggest like just doing a project without looking at the video and just learn stuff from documentation. Like actually learning from documentation is a undervalued and underrated way of learning, because that's what I do sometimes. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing now, right? I'm kind of learning about GitHub Actions, checkout. So how to actually use these secrets properly on a project that, yeah, I'm just doing. So Jamil, did they ask you DP at Amazon? No, actually. So I was fortunate enough to not get any DP problems. I didn't have it in any OAs. I didn't have any in the interviews. I only had graph problems and array problems. And I had a heap problem in the OA, but yeah, that was it for me. Yeah, exactly what Jamil says also. You know, it forces you to check documentation if you do a project. Two-dimensional dynamic programming problem for the Microsoft DAM. Hey, respect for you to get it through, you know? Because I've done a bit of dynamic programming, but yeah, still respect. You know what I mean? Okay. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the gym now. I'll be back. But I will try and do a little, you know, spend a little more time on this, but I will probably end the day sooner today. But after I've gone to the gym, after I've had lunch, you know, I'll do a little bit more of this, but yeah, we'll call it paused for now. I'll go to the gym, I'll put on some music, and yeah, we'll be back in around 2 hours because I gotta have lunch as well. All right. All right. That's loud on my end. All right. See you guys. Oh wait, exactly. So Squid. You should continue to do both, I think. I think you should continue like applying, but also improve your resume, do projects and stuff, right? You just got to do it. You just got to do both at the same time. So maybe bring down on applying, but kind of keep it level with each other. All right. I'll let you guys speak, but I'll catch you guys in a bit. Alright, well, I'm back from the gym and I just had lunch, but I need to have a shower. So I will be back again, but I've seen you guys had a lot to chat about. But yeah, I'll be back. Just gotta have a shower. I am here actually now. Give me a sec. Gotta get my phone. Just gotta do one more other thing and I'll be back again. Let's see. This help article on access tokens. Creating a secret for a repository about secrets. Using secrets in a workflow. Notes for secrets. So creating a secret for a repository is definitely what I want. Create a secret variable for personal. You must be to create secrets of variables. So I have admin access. New repository secret. Wait, you add the value to your secret. Hold on. Learning about creating. Okay, well, I think that's unrelated. So personal access token. Personal access token. I will say, I kind of want to read up on what you guys have been speaking about. Singletons. Okay, alright. Ugh, my hair's still wet, so it doesn't look the best, no. It'll come back. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Alright, give me another minute. Personal access tokens. Neither. Sorry, that was, I think that was loud. Sorry guys. Developer settings. Personal access tokens. Fine-grained access tokens. I think that'll be all I need. The rest I can figure out. Repository permissions. Account permissions. I gotta see GitHub Actions. Wait, so what is different? Okay, I see. I gotta remove the duplicate dependent bot, I think. How could I best learn about actions? Why? I see. Service account with the least. I guess there should be information. Okay. I suppose you're pushing changes. If you are pushing changes, then you need push access. Yeah, you need push access. Do you need anything else? Check changes. Let's have a look at what push changes does. This is generate client. Check changes. Check changes. Repository contents. Dependable alerts. Okay, I'm gonna assume that'll be fine. I can generate a new token later, if I ever need to. However, I should add this now. Which I have to add on another screen. So, sorry guys. Can't show you my own personal access token. Okay, I see. Alright. We'll have to see how this goes. So I'm gonna try running this again. Here we go. Okay. All right, because it's not called repo token yet. Okay. Let's have a look at the pull requests again. Generate clients. Ooh. Some of it's working. Oh wow. 5 validation errors for settings. I'm gonna try running this personally. Okay. How do you have 5 validation errors but none? Give me a sec. How does this differ though? How could I recreate this error? 嗯。
买 Pit 晚一点，早一点 Pit。
I remember that you can use act. Dependable YAML. Yeah, so I'm going to remove the dependable YAML. It's downloading, I see. We got a new version available. I should write something about tries here, regardless. I did. CPU is at 100%. Okay. Generate client. Gotta remember this. How did it fail? Token not supplied. As an example. Why might this be the case? Should I try temporarily changing this. Or, damn, I gotta kind of do this in another window. Mm-hmm. A job succeeded. Interesting. Oh, hello, Nahi. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I finished my exams, you know. Pretty happy about it. Now we just have some fun. Except I want to know how I can copy this comment. Bepe. Don't think I can. However, I will link it. Damn. Did it go how you expected it to? Yeah, most of it, yes. I was happy with like all of the exams. Like the very last one that I did was probably the most stuff that I had to remember in the shortest amount of time. We had 3 days studying the most content, just conceptual content, and that was like pretty tough, to be honest. But, you know, I think we did good enough to get like 80% of it. So I'm happy, you know, I'm happy it's all over. I'm happy to focus on life now. So pretty good shit. Okay, so it kind of works, and yet it confuses me that it doesn't work. I'm trying to understand why. It doesn't work on this repository, on the repository. Hello, Ronan. How many questions would you say till it would, how many questions you say it clicked for you in Leetcode? I'd say it took, I would say around 10 to 20. So 10 to 20 before I could see patterns, start seeing patterns. But, you know, the problem back then was I didn't write good enough notes, but now I think I can write better notes for Leetcode, that is. So. Do you still use Obsidian? Yes, I do. The same way that I've done, you know, this whole semester. Pedantic. Oh no, Ronan, no. So not after 10 to 20 to be able to solve different patterns. So in terms of just clicking, understanding how to just go about Leetcode problems, that's what I mean. So it took me about 10 to 20 Leetcode problems to be able to understand how to effectively learn them well. For me. Now, you know, the way that I just tell everyone to go about Leetcode problems is to, if you ever get stuck, only be stuck for 5 minutes and then look at the solution and then get insight in 2 to 3 dot points, put it in some note-taking app, and then the next time you have that problem again, you can just refer back to your notes. That's the method that I've been like trying to preach, and that's like when it clicked for me in Leetcode. So it's not necessarily that I understood all the DP problems, all the different patterns by 10 to 20 problems, because no, I haven't even reached that point with 80 problems that I've solved so far. So yeah. So you use both Notion and Obsidian, yes. Mainly Notion for, again, for teamwork type stuff, like you're working in a group, and Obsidian for personal private notes, they're private. Notion, I'm always thinking that, Notion can see your notes. So yeah. So 15 to 20 minutes trying to solve, then straight to the solution and learn it well. Yeah, I mean, you can try 15 to 20, but I would personally say understand the problem. And, understand the problem takes like no more than 5 minutes. Try and do the problem. Maybe that takes 10 minutes. But then if you get stuck at any point during those 10 minutes, and you're getting stuck for no more than 5 minutes, that's when you look at the solutions, right? So at a minimum, you could be reading the problem for 5 minutes, don't know how to solve this for 5 minutes, and then just look at the solutions, right? So 10 minutes max, kind of, before you just look at the solutions. So I think it's to do with environment variables. Dang. I don't know anything about this. Yes, it is to do with environment variables. I need to pass the environment variables into here somehow. And I did it before. It's a question on how I did it before. So I think I gotta have a look at how I did all my other secrets. I guess it's just .env, isn't it? Maybe as simple as that. .env. It's trying to make sure I am doing the right thing. Jobs, deploy, jobs, generate client, .env. So this is where we're going to put .env. All right. Postgres server, I guess. Oh, hello, Rio. It's been good. I finished my exams. Pretty happy with it. Pretty happy that I'm done, you know. I said before that, yeah, like, I got through, like, I think 80% of it, so we're okay. In the sense that I know, you know, around 80% of the content. Definitely just happy to not be doing it anymore. And focusing on what I want to do. Hello, Void. And Ashino, do you do any jobs related to your studies or programming? I used to, and then I decided to cut it out so that I can focus on my masters. And I guess, you know, without cutting it out, I probably wouldn't even be making streams right now. But yeah, I did some programming, mostly scripting, last year, the year before, as like side jobs. But yeah. Hmm. Should I make it localized? I think I should. Because what? By the .env.example. That's what we use. But how hard was it for you to find the jobs? That was, okay, I was pretty lucky because when I searched for that job, that was during the boom of the, I guess, COVID. So during the boom of COVID, we had, it was literally the first job that I looked for, and it was the first job that I got. And this was just for a consulting firm building scripts in Python. So, Nahi, what made you do your master's? Will you also pursue a PhD? I would say I actually wanted to do my master's originally because I wanted to pursue a PhD. Now, having said that, I don't know if I will continue down the path of a PhD at the moment, because maybe I want to build more stuff first. Maybe I want to, you know, spend the time working, making some money, and then making a living before I even start a PhD when I find no meaning in making money anymore. So that's my thought process now, but I only came to this conclusion after talking to a mentor, or my mentor. Anyway. Yeah. And Rio, yeah, thanks, man. It is a pleasure to be able to focus on what I want. It's like therapeutic, almost, you know? There's it's a little bit therapeutic. Postgres server. We call it localhost. Project name. We call it scheduler. I guess you can just yeah, you can just call it scheduler. You don't really need to use the secret. Postgres user. Okay, whoops. A super user. Maybe. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Yippee. Okay, that worked. Generate client worked. Okay, so that means that's good. However, that means it would have made a commit as well, no? Or it didn't. Wait, just gotta refresh. Nope. But it'd be funny to see. You ever had days where you had a lot you needed to do but ended up doing not doing any of it? Yes. But not so much recently, I would say. I think the thing is, though, when that situation arises, for me at least, it's usually because, like, I notice a pattern where the tasks that I want to do, they're just too restrictive. There's like too much to do to be able to be happy with the day. For me, at least. Like, there was maybe, I might put on the list of things to do, like 5 lectures in that day. But it's infeasible to do 5 lectures in a day. For me, at least. And, you know, when that situation arises, I fold. I fold, literally like a t-shirt. I fold like a t-shirt to the point where I just call it quits and then don't do anything in the day. Maybe I sit at my computer for like the whole day, but I still do nothing. That happens. That happens, but not so much now because I guess the difference is I am prioritizing and feasibly, reasonably planning my days. I think that's the key. To be reasonable with your days when you're planning them out. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. You know what I mean? Medha can always relate to my situation. Sometimes I get too ambitious. Yeah. I mean, we're all the same. We're all the same. You know? We're all the same. And we're all on different journeys. But we're all on different journeys. You know? Now, let's try and figure out why linting the backend fails. That'd be pretty good to figure out. One file would be reformatted. So you're telling me it was just because one file could be reformatted. Okay, well, lint backend, let's just have a look. Lint backend. Oh, give me a sec. Great man. I'm also afraid to do Leetcode on live. Are you seasoned now? Well, I think I am seasoned to an extent, not fully seasoned. Right, if I was fully seasoned, I would know how to solve a DP problem, I think. But I do know, the concepts of DP. I know, the thing is I don't know anything about bit manipulation yet, right? So I'm not fully seasoned in that respect. But, I'm on my way. And, doing Leetcode live is actually helpful to keep even like me sharp, right? You don't want to, for me at least, you don't want to like embarrass yourself, right? So doing it live almost gives you the opportunity of risk of doing something so unbelievably dumb and then laughing over it in both a good and a bad way, but recommend putting your Leetcode out there, at least your skills, your current skills, and then the thing is later down the line you could be really good, and you might be able to look back at those videos and think almost like how far you've come, right? There's always benefits in that sense. Scripts.lint.sh doesn't work. Oh, good, Akshay. Oh, why? Where's my lint.sh? Where's my lint.sh? Do I even have one? Maybe it's in the back end. Yes, it is. Bash scripts lint. Yeah. What is that one file that gets updated? Let it run. Okay, one did reformat. Oh, would be reformatted. Now do the linting. How do you do the linting? Perform the lint. Have a look. Format. Check. So this is just to check. I guess I could say like, oh, I gotta run the format. Probably. one file reformatted, and then if I run the lint, no issues found. Okay, so that's another piece of another piece to remember. How to format backend. In this case, we're just going to do bash scripts lint sh from the backend. Sorry, not lint.sh, but format.sh. Okay, that's as much information as you need to know. So that should resolve that error. What other errors will we have? Let's let this run. Let it run. Let me open up things, just because I haven't in a while. And there are a few things that I would love to do for sure. One lesson from TOP is definitely something I could get up on. Scheduler development in Leetcode I have done. Inquire about PhD is something that I do want to do later. You know, and I could do it whenever. And then one lesson from TOP. The Odin project, that is. Which I will say for now, probably not going to get to. Alright, I'm fine. Test backend, so linting backend is fine now, but let's test backend. Let's see test backend. Stack name is missing, variable not set. Is this related to... Let's have a look. Test backend. And you're saying that stack name is not set. Stack name scheduler. Something that doesn't exist in the backend testing. Again, you notice this pattern of the backend test not including the environment variable of stack name. scheduler. Is that right? Scheduler. Yeah, okay, so it's just going to be lowercase. And that should cover it. Just trying to think, is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I think that'll fix it there. So chore, now fix, missing stack name. So the backend test failed, Docker compose failed because of the stack name problem again. So test Docker compose. This has to include env stack name. I think. Now all of these playwright tests aren't passing for good reason, I believe. Oh, hello. So this is also failing. Still. The domain variable is not set. Front-end host is missing. Let me search up stack name. Okay. Arguably, could I scrap adding the environment variable, make it so that .env goes directly, so .env example goes directly to .env. That's what I need. I don't need this. Okay, so let me undo that. Go back here. Remove .env. Now I did do hello Raja, how's your exam? Yeah, I mean I'm just happy it's done, you know. I feel like we got 80% there, and we should be fine. Pretty happy with the outcome, to be honest. Just thinking like, you know, me doing the study now means that I can not worry about, you know, any of this stuff anymore in terms of, say, passing the subject. So I won't be thrown aback if I don't pass a subject, or be worried about passing a subject or not, especially when I end up in Sydney. So the last thing I want to worry about is my study, in a sense. All right, these two is what we did. But can I replicate this? Because this is stopping at the step when, yeah, so I can do it here. Yeah, should be easy. That should be fine. I think. I'll try this. We'll try and see. Look, for sure, test Docker composes failed, which I'm still fine with. That, which was the one where I added more environment variables? Generate client. Where I added all of this. Now I'm thinking I could remove this. Which I might. That's fine. That's fine. And that's fine. So it's this that I might need to remove. Adam, what backend framework are you using? I'm using Fast API. And just using it from a template. Okay, test backend is working now. And those changes are what I needed to do. So if I think about this. Yo, hold on. Okay, yeah, this failed. Good. Good that failed. I'm gonna try now. Ooh. We don't need a working directory. However, do we need .env.example to copy over .env in the backend? Oh, Harsh Patel, nice. I see. You guys use Fast API for prod. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good to hear that. I've got to comb my hair in a bit, but just need to double check this. I remove the env stuff right there. Now all of those values came from, yeah. The .env from the front end, yeah, it doesn't really necessarily need you don't necessarily need to be in the front end. You don't necessarily need to copy over the environment variable in the front end. So that's fine. So just in the root is all you need, I think. So this should work alongside this one change here. So this is the Docker Compose I was failing. This should also have yes. Would that be it? No. This wouldn't be it. I will try it though, we'll see. I think it won't work. Because I'm thinking that you might need to add also the front end. Exactly. You can get away with the back end, but you have to also include the front end, I think. And all these playwright tests, these are all, I believe, from here, maybe? Okay, but these should all be able to work at some point. Okay. Alright, yeah, so this failed. Is it for what I think it was? Okay, this is not what I thought it was. Okay, so this is erroring for a different reason, I believe. Alright, then let's have a look closely why that's the case. So this is npm run build doing, so what, let's open this file. So the building can't even be done. I gotta try building myself then. So this errored on Docker Compose build. And you're doing this from the root. Canal, you have MacBook M1? Yes, I do. That's what I'm running on and streaming on at the moment. Hey, you have the same, fair enough. That all makes sense, hey? It all makes a lot of sense, that's why you know, so that's why you know. Let me stand. Canal, I'm in 4th and above year, so I'm kind of like my masters at the moment, so 1st year masters. That sound was my table rising. But Nahi, when I was doing research for a laptop, I kept seeing TikToks of people saying, if you're an engineering student, don't get a MacBook. I mean, maybe. If you're an engineering student, I think it depends on what engineering. If you're like chem engineering, I know a friend who needs the Windows laptop for a specific app that is only exclusive to Windows. That's what I've known. You're in 2nd year undergrad? Nice. Nice, man. You know, that was me 2 years ago, basically. 2nd year undergrad. Now, why is this not working the way I think it is? A Mac for CS is fine though, right? Yes, 100%. Arguably, it's even better than Windows, because when you get to learning about like computer systems, you're basically learning about Linux, and Mac is more close to Linux than Windows is. So arguably the better choice, but more expensive choice, and you will get into the Apple ecosystem, which might be good or bad. You know what I mean? I was earlier a heavy Linux user, then I switched to Mac, never going back through though to Win. Yeah. I want to end up trying the Linux route. Like, I'm going to try being a heavy Linux user at some point. That'll be the day that I leave the Apple ecosystem, probably. That'll be the day. You ever thought about getting one of those indoor treadmills? Yes, all the time. Nah, not all the time, but yeah, definitely thought about it. Definitely when I'm standing here. Yeah. And Sachin, yes, I got a new haircut. Yo, looking slick. I'm planning to actually give me a sec. Yeah, it's about time I start combing through it. Give me a sec. Be right back. How do I think about this? Variable not set. Front-end host. Trying to think. Why is that the case? Oh, I actually just don't have this in this file. Yucky. Gonna delete that then. See if this makes a difference. It does. All right, let it run. You're also thinking of getting one, averaging 800 steps a day, even with the gym. For me, what am I doing? I'm going for like walks every morning now, more recently, which has increased the number of steps that I've taken. But yeah, I do want to also walk more. That's true. Because going to the gym isn't necessarily enough. But yeah, like walking in the morning. Sometimes yesterday I was actually, no, the day before yesterday, just before my exam, the next day, I walked in the morning, afternoon, and dinner. So there was 3 times that I walked, just around the block. And they're short walks actually, like 15 minutes each time. It's 15 minutes or 30 minutes blocks. Trey Gardner.
出去了是吧？
Do they teach you about Git and GitHub in school? I'm a first year and I feel like we haven't dived into any real world application. Yeah, so if you feel that way, just wait till you get to it. For me, they started teaching Git and GitHub Well, they taught you about Git in third year for me at the University of Melbourne. I would recommend that you learn Git as soon as you can. Now, it's very easy. You just need to know a few commands, or you can use Git directly from VS Code. Once you've just spent like a solid hour or 2 hours understanding how Git works, the rest of your CS life is going to be 10 times better. Like, there's no misery left when you understand Git. Now, I might be over-exaggerating, but from the people that I've known who don't use Git, we're talking in their second year, in their third year, I just don't know how they function, how they've been able to function for so long in their CS degrees, how they've lived without Git for 2.5 years. So live with learning Git as soon as you can. Because saving your code, version controlling your code is really, really useful. Legit, every time I'm coding, I use Git. There is no other place where my code goes than GitHub repositories, or Git repositories, I should say. All right, I see you. I see this error. Now, why? All good, Trey. Now, this is action menu, delete alert. Okay, let's have a think. Actions menu. We'll just go to actions menu. Quick fix using Copilot. Damn, bruh. It's very interesting. That is very interesting. Now, why isn't value just an ID here? It should be, I feel like. Actions menu 66. So this is 66. 35, 39, 37, 39. Delete alerts. $35 and $37. It is. Delete user. Interesting. From where can I learn CI/CD and important DevOps stuff, as I have 1.8 years of experience as a full stack dev? So Sachin, I would say, like, if you want to learn about CI/CD, it's best to just... Oh, well, actually, I don't think that's really best what I was about to say, because for me, you know, I learned about it basically from my own, I guess, learning on self-hosting. Once you learn about self-hosting, you kind of go down a route of continuous improvement, continuous development. But if you want to learn like structured courses on CI/CD, I'm not sure where it's best to find it, because for me at least, look, I'm looking through this stuff through practice through like looking at problems that I'm having with my repository and then fixing them that way. Right? I don't have a structured CI/CD learning, because over the past 2-3 years I've been doing this, trying to solve CI/CD problems, personally for my own like self-hosting server that I have at home. But I always think about building a new project as the CI/CD first before even the code starts writing. Just because if you can't get the CI/CD right, everything else just becomes miserable for you. That's my personal belief, and that's why I put an emphasis on CI/CD. Yeah, I don't know where exactly it would be best to learn CI/CD. So what tech stack or skills you learned till the end of your second year? Well, there wasn't any tech stack at all that I learned by the end of second year. Definitely, by second year, I was able to understand Python. I was able to understand C as a programming language. I was able to understand pointers in C. I was able to understand to a basic level some of the algorithms and data structures up to Dijkstra's algorithm. Right, that was where we got up to by the end of second year, I believe. And there was some like quad tree algorithms as well that we learned, but mainly it was everything up until Dijkstra's algorithm. That includes like A star, that includes, uniform cost search is Dijkstra's algorithm. There was breadth first search, depth first search. All of these data structures and algorithms I was able to do by the end of the second year. And then it was further enhanced where I learned about heaps, I think, where I learned about all these other, data structures in my third year as well, just to solidify what you kind of already learn in your second year, like stacks and stuff, stacks, queues. All that stuff is introduced in the second year, and then in the third year, you kind of go deeper into those. That's how we've learned at our uni, I think. That's the best way I could express that. Let me sit down. Okay. building does work. Oh. Okay. Well, that's a big file, I guess. Something I gotta think about. Okay, back. Okay. Test Docker Compose. Just bring me to the end. There we go. How's the weather in Australia? Actually really nice. This type of weather is my jam. I will say it is warm, not too warm, but I am able to sit at home with t-shirt on. It feels good, you know. Could not be a better day. Okay, so it built. Yeah, summer is coming. It'll be good. When it comes, I'll be in Sydney, and I think it'll be warmer in Sydney than it is currently. Okay. So I think that worked. Does your Glove 80 have linear or tactile switches? They're linear. Red switches, I think red something switches. Yeah. You impulsively purchase a Dactyl keyb with linear switches on Ali. Splurged quite a bit, damn. I've heard of the Dactyl, I think. Ooh, hello. Where is the canal? Your place is the opposite. Yo, why can't I type? It's alright. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. Imagine 3D printing this. Kind of cool. Okay, now I need to properly consider whether the front end also needs its .env file copied over. Now, I'm really considering whether it's required. Yeah, maybe we will. Flip it. We will. Because I see no harm in doing so. Which app do you use to display CPU usage? This is called Stats. It's literally a free app called Stats. So maybe just called Stats Mac. This is it. Pretty cool app. Love it. Very good. To get feedback on how strong, how heavy, how demanded my CPU is. Oh, hello Giri. Hello again, man. Okay, Playwright. They should all come from Playwright, I believe. Okay. Docker compose build. That means, most likely, we're missing this and this. Your views on Apple Intelligence? Hold on, I'll tell you in a sec. I'm getting a call. All right, I'm back. Okay, so my view on Apple Intelligence, I think they're scamming people. They're telling them they're coming onto the new iPhone 16s, and then it's probably coming out only 6 months later, where by another 6 months they'll be able to ship out an iPhone 17. But you know, with that said, I still bought an iPhone 16. I think, you know, but besides the scam, that is the sell that they did on that iPhone 16 drop, I think it's going to be pretty useful when it comes out. For me, at least, I'm on the iOS beta, and I've used some of the features already, like article summaries. They are pretty useful to me because I don't really like reading articles all that much, especially when it's news and it's all like full of ad pop-ups. It's just a turn off. But with Apple Intelligence, you can get through it. I'm kind of happy with Apple Intelligence. So how was the exam? It was pretty good, I think, overall. I was happy with it. I was just happy it was over, you know. Overall, though, it was like good enough. You know, we're probably gonna get 80% around about, and I'm happy with that. But Geary, I don't think I haven't used the Spring framework. I suppose that's like a Java thing. I don't use Java enough to know, unfortunately. Okay, so I think that's all I need to do. I'll do a push again. Is Spring the same as Spring Boot? I'm not sure. How do you approach for learning a new tech stack, for example, React or any other language or framework? Spring Boot is built on top of Spring. I see. Well, for me at least, when it comes to learning a new tech stack, I basically pick one. Currently, that's what I'm doing, picking one. And I'm just learning about it through other means than just, if I want to build, you know, if I have a vision of what I want to build and I don't know the steps to get there, I would then look up, I guess for React, I'm looking up like the Odin Project's React tutorial to understand that. That's how I'm doing it. I always like to look at documentation as well, so you bet that I'll be looking at like the Fast API docs if I really needed to understand how the backend works. And I guess having a framework or having a template, full stack template, as is what I'm using right now, I can learn how that full stack template all comes together at the end when I'm just, you know, tinkering around with it day by day. So that's how I like to do my learning. Just do the stuff that I want to get done. I get the reward, and along the way, I learn about the tech stack. So it's a very applicable approach to study. These seem to be working now. Hopefully we can get them all passing. Fingers crossed. Just let it go. Okay, so the test backend works. Now it's just these final playwright tests. For me, I picked Flask for e.g. Python backend. So what I would do is just go through docs, or you can always check some tutorials if you get stuck up somewhere, or you can go over on Stack Overflow or something. Yeah, followed you on GitHub. Thanks, man. Yeah, so I mean, Rio, that's exactly how I would approach things. Now, why are these playwright tests taking so long? Are they like split among 4? Is that why? Using one worker, shard 1 of 4. How does that work? Regardless, we'll just wait for these to finish. They shouldn't take long. I feel like that's it. There's no other changes necessary to make this pushable. And then back to square one. Literally the day after all my exams have finished. Oh, we're getting some errors now. Timed out. I'm getting timeout errors. Okay. Well, now we gotta fully understand how this works. Playwright tests. Let's have a look. Yeah, the day after exams finish up feels so chill. That's true. Input text fonts of your sign up page are white. Yeah. Right now we haven't like done any of the CSS for that page, for the sign up page. So unfortunately you kind of have to like do a little trick where you highlight just to know what you're typing in. But you know, you don't need a sign up. You can just use the demo login. But again, it's not like fully built out, so it's still a work in progress. And also, I realize my camera's lagging. And now I'm up to speed. Okay, let's try and understand how or why these backend tests are failing. Sorry, playwright tests.
在打电话就会。
Yeah, that's also true. Canal. You also did notice that. I got to figure out that too. Slowly.
好，我来看看几点，我看看你在想怎么做啊？那先休息2分钟。
Okay, download's still going. The DB, for sure, because this is finally done. Now this is playwright testing. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure merging the reports are fine. Not something I need to consider. Yikes. Why is this actually slow as hell now? Okay. Now, I'm going to close all this. And then I'm going to quit Firefox. Whoops, I also quitted other things as well. That's interesting how it's just building stuff on stuff. Do you use external screen? Yes. This is an external screen that's that you're seeing right now. Like, look, my eyes are like looking down while you guys see my hand. This is where my screen is. I'm so confused how this works. Curious to know, what's your laptop uptime? Honestly, it's not going to be long. It's probably like 2 or 3 days. And I can't be bothered opening one up right now just because I know it's gonna like lag the PC somehow. Actually, fuck it. Yeah, no, look, like it's already kind of lagging. God damn, even clicking more info is taking forever. Is it even opening up system settings? We've got a huge fly in the house now. Oh, here we go. Now, how do I check the uptime? Oh, wait. Okay, uptime here is 9 hours, 25 minutes. Wait, 9 hours, 25 minutes. I must change it this morning, you know? Restart this morning, I did. Nah, but look, yeah. Activity monitor, don't worry about it. Because we got it in the stats app. Yeah, Docker takes a lot of time. But if I had a better PC, then we wouldn't have issues. And look, I don't even know what's happening right now. And I just need to understand some of these functions that are being run. So Docker Compose run, you remove, but you run playwright npx playwright test. So playwright is already on. Flaky tests, trace, and shard. Honestly, if I were to run this in Docker again, it's another good question. Because I could run this as an act, as a GitHub action within locally, as opposed to running this specific function locally. That'd be so much more Docker files. I mean, Docker containers. But yeah. Don't know if this is going to fail on me or not. I mean, it seems like it's working. But it also feels to me that, you know, it's taking some time. You can use DigitalOcean cloud services. I've never used it before. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna close these tabs. It's lagging. I'm gonna just wait until this is finished. Yeah, you can see that. Let it run. I wonder if I can get all of this CI checks fixed today and then call it a day. You know, that would be pretty good if I can figure that out today. Are these... Okay, these are downloading. Damn. These are downloading. Okay. I would say in the meantime, I'll just twiddle my fingers. I am a bit hungry, to be honest. I'd love to eat some food. Let me think. What could I eat right now? Nah. I won't eat anything too big. We'll just wait. Okay. Now we're past the Playwright install. So this is just building the Docker file for Playwright. I see. So once this is done once, should be easier the next time. Should be. Cringe Lord, hello man. Can you show me the UI? I could. If Firefox, if my PC allows it. God, is it slow? It's coming. I think I gotta log out here. I mean, the login screen, this is kind of looks pretty good. Copied over from shadcn UI, one of shadcn UI's templates. So you guys can log in as well, demo@example.com. Password is demo, no space, no caps. But that's what it looks like. You can change it to light and dark mode. You can follow the system. Go to tasks. This is still a work in progress, but you can check these off, and when you check it off, they kind of have this little animation. But yeah. You can kind of change the dates as well, but these events aren't functional yet. But anyway, that's kind of what it looks like. Damn, still exporting layers. Well, shit. Maybe we'll close Firefox again. What's the tech stack? It is React, Fast API, Postgres. That's it, mainly. And then, there's like UI libraries that we're using. In our case, we're using shadcn UI library. Or should I say, I don't think they're called a UI library. But they're a template of UI components that you can use for yourself. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to just check and wait. One thing that I need to do for sure is something that's very important that I can't say it out loud. All right. I see you are open to contributions as per description. So what are the open issues? There are open issues at the moment, but they might not particularly be what you want to do. But they're there. You can create some new issues yourself as well. You kind of have to just read through what's available at the moment in the GitHub repository. Okay, so scheduler, maybe I'll just, all the issues that are open are in the issues tab, obviously. But if you want to create your own as well by, if you notice anything that you'd want to improve on, for sure, like make a mention of it in another issue and we can probably have a back and forth on whether to include it or not. My thinking is, if it's compelling enough, then I will consider it. But yeah, it's pretty loud actually. Give me a second. Nah, fuck it. Doesn't matter. I was going to close the door, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Dang. Still building. 11 out of 12. Okay. We'll let this continue. Building. I just got to check something. I honestly kind of want to do a Leetcode problem. While this loads, give me a sec. Ooh, Nuffy, good idea actually. You know what? Maybe I will. So you're thinking clipping my YouTube videos, my Leetcode videos. So I've done that for like one or two, and I think I can do that for like today's one for sure. I'll probably do it more in the future if you think that that's probably helpful. If so, then I will. Like, yeah, clipping the content and then putting it up. I think that would be good actually. I think I will do that. Hell yeah. Okay, sounds good then. I'll probably do that then. I'll do that after this stream. Now the plan is, if I can't figure this out in the next 20 minutes, then I will, yeah, I'll be done with the stream. So my thinking is today I'll finish by 6, which is in 20 minutes basically. Yeah. Leetcode is $500. Is there any free version available? Look, thing is, like, the only Leetcode that I'm using is the free version. Leetcode 150 is just the problem set of Leetcode problems. and he has their video solutions in. He has the video solutions on YouTube for free. So that's all I use for my study. I don't think you really need to cop $500 for it, I think, personally. Okay. What's happening here? How do I learn DS algo then? When you come across, here's the thing that I've told people, that when you come across a problem on Leetcode that you don't know the data structure or algorithm for, the best thing you can do, fuck it's loud, is go to Geeks for Geeks or what's the other one? W3 Schools to learn about the DS and algo. Now, if you need further help with it, there's probably lots of YouTube videos online to help you learn. And if you're studying, right now, then you can also learn those data structures and algorithms eventually in your uni course. So I don't think you need to cop the 500, my personal belief. Now, if you're not in a uni course still, I would think W3 Schools and Geeks for Geeks is enough, personally. Now, disclaimer is that I have also done my CS degree, and I've been using W3 Schools and Geeks for Geeks to facilitate my uni learning. All right, but I think you can still learn it off the bat on these websites without having any prior uni experience. My personal belief. But yeah, that's what I think. Give me a sec while I close the door. I heard most of the problems are related to DP and recursion, and GFG, Geeks for Geeks and W3 don't sound too good for these. Even with DP and recursion, if you haven't used or learnt about recursion, let me see. Okay, we'll have a look. God, it's going to take forever to load. God. Okay, but regardless, even for DP though, for me personally, all I did for DP learning was understand pure functions and understand why we have DP in the first place. Like, what's the point of DP? Right, and the point of it is that we can convert computationally expensive outputs and store them in memory, in a sense, so that they can be used later for more efficient, more efficient more efficient algorithm. You can use the outputs of some of the algorithm that you're currently using to help with the algorithm in the future. I'm not explaining that well, But the concept is you need to use memoization, and memoization is something you can understand from the first Wikipedia post, is what I'm thinking. But like, if you feel like you don't feel confident enough to understand it from Geeks for Geeks or just reading stuff, you can also search on YouTube about what dynamic programming is, and you know, the learning that you get from there is going to be, I guess, unstructured, but it still gets you there also without having to pay the fee of Leetcode. That's what I would say. Anyway, problem is, why is nothing working for me at the moment? Let's Control C here. I think it was never going to work. Ooh. Yeah, so say you're a total noob with DSA. Let's say you want to crack a good company. How much time in months would it take to learn, and how much hours would I spend daily? That's a good question, because I don't think I know the answer to this, but you would need to learn hard, right? You should have some like study courses where you're learning about data structures and algorithms. At least that was what I did. If you don't have that, then maybe Leetcode 150 is one option for a structured learning course, right? So it could be an opportunity. You know, still $500 is less than a uni course in Australia on this subject. In uni, it's like 1,000 for a 6-month, 1-semester subject. But how much time would it take, right? In months. I would say it would honestly take a year of learning DSA, roughly. But learning, say, Leetcode problems in that year, you could do, say, one Leetcode problem every day for that year. And you would have, look, 365 Leetcode problems done by the end of the year. Look, I did only around 70 to get my internship at Amazon, but if you do 300, you should be even better than I am by the year, right? And in that year, you should try and do a Leetcode problem every day, even when you're just starting out. Even when you don't know any DSA, just do a Leetcode problem. All right, and start from, say, Leetcode 150. Start from the very first thing. If you don't understand what an array is, search it up. Try and understand what an array is in, I don't know, Python or your language of choice, and then just do a problem every day. Now, if you're committed to that 1 year, then I see this to be an easy goal by the end of the year, if you can follow it every day. All right, that's all I can say. I've also heard like Leetcode even says this, that you don't need to spend 3 years on a uni course to understand all there is to CS. If all you want to understand from CS is data structures and algorithms. Because data structures and algorithms, you can get it all down packed faster than you think. In a year, maybe in less than a year. So right, so Nafi gives like a good playlist if you want to check that out. And hello, Rawatji. I keep on getting that name wrong. Fuck. I'm sorry, Rawatji. I gotta say it a few more times. Rawatji. GG. Yo, I love it from you to say GG every time. That's so funny. Warachi. I got it. Epic, yeah, thanks Nafi. Check it out on the server, cringe load. Sayande, do you need to do a master's or a bachelor's to get into AI? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It would be good if you had a master's, but I don't know if you're willing to do masters for it. And a bachelor's is probably, I mean, obviously worse off than if you were to do a master's, right? I couldn't tell you exactly. But yeah, because for me, I'm looking for SWE roles. We're looking for software engineering roles. And AI is, I guess from my dad's perspective, he's told me like, if you want a good job in AI, you would probably want to also have a good PhD as well. Now, look, like if you're willing to go down all the way to the point of a PhD, like you're going to be set for all of AI. That also means that you have to be, you know, really passionate about it, right? So think about it that way. I think if you're good enough, you can get something in bachelor's, but you might need a master's, or you might need like a bachelor's and an honors, or something like that. And then a PhD, if you were to get a PhD, that would be probably like the end game, and that would be probably everyone would want you, probably. That's what I've heard from my dad. At least. Now I don't understand why these playwright tests fail, but this playwright test succeeds. Oh, this is changes. Oh, we never have playwright tests. So these are always failing because they aren't really working. Did I even have a playwright test before this? You are studying AI, right? Yeah, I am, in university. It's a specialization in AI. I'm doing it because I want to just learn about, like empower myself to learn about AI. Not necessarily that I want to get into an AI job in the future. But, you know, that is still on the line for thinking, you know, my thinking. Actually, which language should I start in DSA? I know some bit of Java like hash maps, but I want to master DSA. So my domain is mostly web dev and Python AI ML dev. Okay. Like I would say, use Python then. Because, you know, you've had a little bit of Java, but you've also used Python for AI and ML. Python is probably pretty useful, I would say, personally, to learn about DSA. And if you only know, you know, a few things for Java, hold on. If you know a few, okay. If you know a few DSAs for Java, you could like relearn that in Python and it'll just be better for you in the future. Like you just have more knowledge of like cross language knowledge of these types of things. I think that's a positive from learning it with Python. Should I use Java because I want to switch to React.js roles, or can I do in Python Java? Look, that's up to you, but I don't know many people who would use JavaScript to write their stuff, to write their Leetcode. I think like you'll end up writing so much JavaScript in the future that it's probably not even that worth it to write it in JavaScript. I feel like, you know, if it's any language you want to learn, Python or Java, I feel like those are better options, personally. So tonight, David, are you familiar with ZKP? Just found out about it in the crypto market. It's a protocol for cryptography. No, I do not. I do not know about that. I'm sure that's probably like out of even the scope of my course that I just finished, but interesting. ZKP. Oh, zero knowledge proof is a protocol in which one party, the prover, can convince another party, the verifier, that some given statement is true. Okay. Well, that's what a proof is, but what makes it zero knowledge? Oh, without conveying to the verifier any information beyond the mere fact of that statement's truth. That's interesting. I will have to look into this. However, I'm going to call it a day tonight because I'm going to have dinner now. But thanks for staying on. We can probably talk about ZKP tomorrow. But that's interesting. I'll be thinking about that. And I haven't figured out all of this, but I'll try and figure it out later tonight if I can. But I appreciate you guys for staying on. And I'm going to be heading off just to have dinner and chilling for the rest of the day. Thank you for joining. And all right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow tonight. All right. Goodbye for tonight. And I'll see tomorrow tonight. Well, I mean tonight tomorrow. Okay. Goodbye. Peace.